Hello. Let me get this microphone. Move differently. That should. Ooh. Hitting my elbow and stuff. Alright, that should be good. I still can't see. But I'm gonna do the best that I can. The contact is still hanging on in my left eye. I still can't find the one for my right eye, and that's fine. I found others for my left eye, but that doesn't help. Thought I knew where my glasses were. I was wrong. Once again, before I get started, remember, if you're watching on, what is this? Steam. I'm on Twitch and YouTube under the same name, basically. Uploading Coral Island to YouTube, and I'm getting quite a bit of views, so I think I'm gonna start doing 2 a week, which is kind of scary. That means I need to keep up doing at least 2 a week on Twitch. But I can do that. Get this going. So today we definitely need to upgrade tools. I'm pretty sure I have enough money to upgrade at least one tool. And I wanna, man, I wanted to have gold in the mines to get osmium, but whatever. I'm gonna upgrade my pickaxe. I want to get another sheep as well. And upgrade hay, maybe. Basically, I need to make some more money. That's what I need. Upgrading hay will help us make money. Getting another sheep will help us make money. Upgrading the pickaxe will help. Because, yeah, I could just make explosives for the mine and not worry about the pickaxe. But who wants to do that, you know? And the game seems like it doesn't want to give coffers when you use explosives. I don't know if it was set up that way. That's what I'm seeing. Okay, and I do remember last night I was worried about my giraffe. Seahorse. So let me go now. Before I do anything else, before I even let the animals out. If I sell it rather than donate it and I don't catch another one, I mean, it'll be fine. It's not the end of the world, right? Or what that is. Oh, maybe I should go to read some of the books since it's so early. You insist on being here. If you like Karacha sauce, Alice. It looks yummy, thanks. Let's talk. Suki's been trying to make space for new decor. Yeah, they're pretty, but to be honest, they seem like a waste of money. Well, it might be good though for the inn to have some new decor. We already have decor, and we have no extra space. I think they should maybe switch on and off, like on different seasons. You don't want it to be junky. I wonder if the library has any new books. I've been reading the same old books. I'm not being fair. It's my own fault because I like to reread the same old books. We monitor our guests daily and compile data for an end of season review. That's the system our parents passed down to us. The mayor is always watching the economy. He gets excited about the analysis when we go over what we learned in the past season and all that. Speaking of economy, I have points that I can use because of the town rank being higher than before, and all of these here somewhere. Does it tell when? Spring and summer, so around the 20th is when I change town rank. That's what it is. 1,000 points. Oh, I was gonna say not enough for anything, but yes, down. Oh, different scarecrows. Pinocchio. Ondel handsome scarecrow. Ondel pretty. Humpty undead. Doesn't really look like a zombie, but I like Jenkins. That's what I would do. Like their Christmas theme stuff. Increases your mastery, fishing, catching. That's what we need. Diving, mining. Oh, increases mastery. That's actually really fishing. Listen, that might be worth it. And farming too, because I'm not doing a lot of farming. We're talking about mastery. Let me make sure I don't have any more mastery skills. Okay. So my highest mastery is mining, definitely. And then diving. And then foraging. Ranching, I'm only at 3. I have 4 in catching. Then 3 in ranching and farming. Fishing and combat, yeah. Combat, I just... I'm not really... So, oh, care for animals and acquire their products to gain. Okay. So I should be alright. Till soil, water seeds, and harvest. I mean, but when you have... So basically having, what is it called? Sprinklers takes away from farming mastery. But I only have to water one little block. What went up further? I don't think anything did yet. But we're close in the ocean. We're close to sea. Far from town rank sea. But close. And relationship. I don't ever run into him. Where is he at? Because I do have stuff that I can give him, right? This person isn't around. Well, that's why I can't gain relationship with someone who's not even in town. Guess I need to stop pressing. Shows how messed up my eyesight is. I also want a pet. But let me first go and read at least 2 of these new books. Wait. I didn't finish? I sure didn't. Okay, let me finish this. Ever since a giant crop sprouted on my farm years ago, my life has never been the same. People often ask me how it happened, what special thing I did. Truth be told, I did nothing out of the ordinary. That period was chaotic in my life. My wife and I were so busy planning a trip to visit her family in town that I completely forgot to harvest the crops. There simply wasn't time. When we returned, we found ourselves standing before this enormous crop. It was as surprising to us as it is to anyone who hears the story. Oh, see, we're getting some knowledge about thing that's important. Stamina fruit, since we just did farming. Many rumors and myths surround the existence of the stamina fruit. We were given the stamina fruit. I forget where I got it from, though. The purpose of this journal is to distinguish between fact and fiction. Fact. facts. The stamina fruit does exist. Eating the fruit gives a significant boost to stamina. A noticeable side effect is, oh, loud flatulence post-consumption. I guess that's not the worst side effect that could happen. The fruit must be consumed whole in one bite for its effects to take place. I hope it's not huge. Myths. Contrary to popular belief, we cannot replicate the stamina fruit's unique properties. You can divide the fruit up. Oh, causes eater rubber-like arms. Yeah, no. Don't want that. Okay. Oh, and down here? Oh, well, we'll be back. I just don't know if I should get it right now. No. I'm going to make a rule for myself. I have... Oh, man. I want an all-black cat. I don't think they do anything for you in the story other than they're just cute because they're your pet. Oh, hi, Archie. Mom said I'll be a great vet when I grow up because I love animals. Oh, that's good. Do you want some Karacha sauce? Hey, thank you. Archie, we're gonna be best friends. No thanks. I don't want to be a farmer. I don't like gardening that much. I don't blame you. Crickets are my favorite summer bugs. Ooh, when I get a cricket, I'll give it to him. Probably not gonna like it though. Kenny said we should keep our distance from them because they can sense sound and vibrations. We don't want to scare them away. Kenny is very smart. You want some Karacha sauce? This is for me. It's not even my birthday, thanks. Me and my friends will be there for the beach cleanup festival. We're super excited. We get to play at the beach the whole day and win prizes. Dad says I should play with some kids from my class. I don't wanna. I like to play alone sometimes. And there is nothing wrong with playing alone sometimes. Not trying to put all of this away because I'm just going to be going back down there. But I don't need all of it in my pocket. In my pocket. And collect everything. Get up in the morn. I remember. Can share you today. Oh. It's okay. Yeah, let me just go in there first. Oh man, see last time my stuff was large. Not anymore. Got both ducks. And both chickens. Alright. Come on outside, y'all. I wonder if the ranch will take this. Oh. Done. Do you want some wool? First of all, let me get you neighbor. Jack, you like Karacha sauce? Whoa, you really went all out with the whole gift thing. I don't know what to say. I mean, you could just say thanks. You know, barn level 2, coop level 2, so I can't get them yet. It's expensive. That was 8,000. Buy it. Alright. Well, I just wanted to see if my bug trap has anything. If it's a cricket, I gotta find Archie. And it is a cricket. Oh, but I already gave Archie something. I'll save it for him. Because I don't think crickets even give you a lot of money, so it's not like I'm... Let me see if there's a bug over here. Or... you. And another cricket. Look at the Archie. I get to make some money from the cricket. $1. Light heavy. More flowers. Oh, and garbage. Oh. That just sounds really gross. Don't remember if that is... I know there's one moth. Wait, Kenny. I'll never see you anymore. How did you know I like this? Oh, good. Goats are something else, ain't they? You got them on your farm yet? Not yet, but they will be coming hopefully soon. Oopsie, got a bit of pollen on my hat. Lucky it didn't fall in my eyes. Ew, that's true. Is there a flower nearby that I can brush it on? I can't give you the flower. You harvested any pineapples yet? No. Heard there's something special when grilled. Good. I don't know about the grilled part. Let me see. I don't see anything. Oh. I don't know if there's anything that I can afford from you guys. 3. Oh, and how much? 4,000, yes. No. Hardwood. Ugh. No, it's the silo that we need. Oh, so I have enough. I would just need stone and resin. I don't have resin. Processes grain. Who eats grain? You know what? Let me see what the sheep eats, because if the sheep doesn't eat hay... Oral... I can't even think about it. Well, they are unlocked with town rank E. Healthy and well fed. Wool cloth on the loom. Okay, search for grain. No, it doesn't want to come up. Unless maybe grain is just for making bread. Equipment. Okay, yeah, it just produces sugar, salt, and flour. Wait, it can be stocked with sugar, salt, and flour. Oh, and you can get almond flour, amaranth flour, gourmet salt. Oh, sea salt. Okay. That's good to know, though. For the animals, I just need the silo. Okay. Alright, so basically you're too expensive for me. Oops. Now let me talk to her. I don't ever talk to you. And I don't think I gave you a gift. Let me see if you like Karacha sauce. Are you sure? Are you sure? Yoko and I have come up with more interesting designs for the furniture. It's available in our store. Give them a look later. If you want to see our service, please come back tomorrow. I should be in the shop and can show it to you then. The bad thing about having the workshop connected to the house is all the noise. I can imagine. Oh, but I like that table. We do most of our woodworking outdoors, but we still do some of it inside, you know. You can imagine how it can disturb the family. Yeah, these tables are nice. You know, since I'm out here, let me just keep going, right? See what I can find. More compost. Get in your trash, Brie. I'm not trying to bother you. Go back there. Usually flowers and stuff. I don't think I've ever caught that before. I don't even know what that is. Inventory full. Tiger swallow. Okay, I can eat some. So, shoot. I have 2 shallots. Alright, so I do have to go down here because I gotta go to get rid of. Oh, I need to go home. Can't get rid of the coffers with the full. Oh. Is this something I can use? I'm supposed to eventually be able to use it. I gotta come back up here because I don't know what is. Let me check the donations because I might be able to donate. I think I have 2 moths, or a moth and a butterfly. That's a no. So actually, while I'm here, let me look. Caught insects. What is the one that? Gotta look for this every time. Assam silk. Okay. Everything else has been offered. Okay, really what I need. Because if I go down to sell them, I'm not gonna come back without more stuff in my pocket. You know? Me. I know me. Okay, read mail. I have to admit, I'm writing you today with an agenda. While shooting a video the other day, I spotted several animals stumbling on a large log behind my house. They fell and got hurt. I hate to be a bother, but could you break up the log? I don't have the right tool and I need your help. We gotta find Paul's house and go behind his house? Oh. Gong almost have all things Gong need to be human, but Gong's still missing some things. Just what Gong need. Can human help? I have a flower. Black round eye cover. Oh, perfect. Some baba hair. I have that. Any flower. Big clothing like one big boatman wear. Okay, that all Gong need. Thought I'd share my pad thai recipe. Ooh. Made it for the family last Sunday and it was a hit. Let me know what you think. Okay. Yeah, I need to go to the Giant's Village. I'm glad I have some of the stuff that he needs in my pocket. Find a place for this trash. We have that. We have that. Oh, I need to get rid of the mayo and harvest all of this stuff. Always do this. Mining. Me. I think I need wood. Don't have any to do. Unit's full. Okay. Actually, I don't need to run up there. What am I doing? Work smarter. First, let me, because I'm going to forget to go get that thing. And then I'll go to the Giants. Oh, I guess I did get whatever it was. And actually, no. I'm going to see Raphael and Pedro first. I think his name is Pedro. Another cricket. I don't know if I have space. Okay, so first things first. Rest in peace, Uncle Phil. This. Ooh, I have everything. 3,000, all my monies. Oh, yes, pickaxe. Yes. Upgrade. 2 days. Stone portrait. I don't think I had that before. We have more than enough trash. They gave us 20 trash? Or is it 10? I can't say. Pretty sure I gave you all gifts that I can. I appreciate it, thanks. Maybe not. What about your brother? I need to get pickled stuff for him. And I have some. I'm never gonna get to where. Oh, and it's a starred beetle. Never gonna get to where I need to go. Well, but you know what? I did what I needed to do. Oh, I have a couple flowers. 15 trash. Goodness. Goodness. And let me see if I got some pickled. What was it? Pickled? This? Okay. I got you, brother. Pedro. As if my sources are correct. Like pickled stuff. Pablo, yes. And it's perfectly pickled. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Are we gonna talk? Having a good day so far? We close early on Saturdays, so if you need any help, my help, better ask before. My free time? Usually head to town and run some errands. If not that, I'll probably just be hanging out at the tavern. Or we can hang out. Not right now. I'm gonna come back. We can hang out with you too. Oh my gosh. Oh hey, didn't see you there. According to the legend, the Iron Eye Hammer even talks to you while it works. I wonder if it knows any joke. Okay, we're gonna hang out with both the brothers today. I gotta go see Grog. But the museum too. Jeez Louise, I'm coming, Grog, I promise. I think it's Grog. Grog grew. One of those names. Really nothing? You even have the stone portrait? Okay. Well, I was wrong. But so because I think okay, so we do have 3 the brothers and that's it. You guys. Always. Giants, yes. Gong, okay. Okay, he's there. Well, I wanted to make sure. Ooh. Human here, Human here. Gum gum Human, come. Human read letter, yes. Good. Giants need help. Gong want to go to Human village and talk to other humans. Why do you want to talk to humans? Because it look fun. Gong wants to know what being human is like. Gong can go to village easy, but if humans cannot see Gong, then no point. I like his pants. So Gong come up with plan. Oh. If Gong stand on Grog like this, giants are as tall as Human. Then Gong and Grog can go to Human village. Gong and Grog will talk to Human, play with Human, and be Human. Okay. But there is still one problem. Human still cannot see giants. Except for Archie. So Human help us? Sure, what can I do? Easy. Giants need Human to get some stuff from Human village for us. If Human can get Daisy flower, oh, I don't have Daisy. I cover Baba hair and Human clothes. Gong can make Gong and Grog look like Human. Gong has other stuff already, but this stuff Gong cannot get. Please help. Yay, good, good. Gong and Grog will wait for Human to help. You know what? I'm not gonna give them my sheep here now because I don't have anything else for them. Get 3 wool, royal stylish glasses. What? You're asking for a lot. Is there anything else? No. I mean, not even. Royal grape blazer, round stylish glasses. Gong, you're asking for a lot. That I don't have. Right, so wool goes here. Do I want to sell these? I think I'm gonna sell them. Oh yeah. Let me drop off the makeshift, yes. And the wood. And the trash can go in there. The rest is fine. I need to make and the shears, yeah. I don't need to carry it. Let me go to the lab. Oh, that was open. Take me. Sub high. Okay. For sure the lab is over here somewhere. There's a coffee bar. Here's Sam's. Let's see what else Sam is selling. I'm not gonna buy anything. I just want to see. Oh. And then he said, where's the other sock? I think I saw this already. I don't follow. And then he said, where's the other sock? That's the punchline. Oh, it's very funny. We are being nosy back there. We don't need bread. You don't think it's funny? Well, you gotta be there. I'm sorry, Ben. I don't think it was funny. I don't even think the punchline was a punchline at all. There is no sense of punch there. What? What do you mean? Punchline was totally there. You want to hear it again? I don't think you got the joke. Ben, I don't think anybody wants to hear that again. No, no thank you. Please, I have a store to run. What happened to her? Boy, Adventures with V. Want to hear a joke? No thank you, Ben. I'm gonna give Sam some Karacha sauce after I see what he's selling. Seeds are new. I do need sunflower, but oh, iris and blackberry, cabbage, lily, summer or fall. Didn't want to buy anything. Okay, well, I'll get that to remind myself. Coffee seeds, pineapple. That's what they're talking about. We already did our melon. Quite a bit of. Yeah, we can plant now. Jackfruit now. Dragon fruit now. Pretty sure I have dragon fruit though. Yeah, I'll plant the dragon fruit now. Ooh, pineapple upside down cake. That's a lot. Store's got some new seats in stock. You taking a look yet? I sure would if I were in your shoes. Let me give you some Karacha. Great, thanks. Actually, no, that I need to ship to him. Okay. I need to get to the lab. So busy doing stuff I don't need to do. My butt to the lab. Open these fossils. Yeah. I don't think a bone can be donated. Oop, I see a bug. I always glance over here because there's usually bugs in the orphan. Why does it turn? That stinks. Nothing, nothing, nothing. I gotta drop those lily seeds off. I do need to put that vegetable in there because he wants bronze. And I did say I was gonna plant yeah, I'm trying to get money. We can get artifacts again later, you know? I got 2 of these. Oh, but that wasn't off. Emerald. Ooh. About to make some money. When I wake up and I'm like, oh my gosh, why am I rich? Flowers away? Oh my gosh. Oh, and flowers. Rocks are not. You can go there. Well, bone was somewhere else. Bone mining, maybe? Oh. No trash there. I have a bone somewhere. Here it is. I'm gonna keep all the flowers. Space. Oh, I gotta put that away. And the rock. Okay. Well, reality, I want those there. Put the rocks down here. Cool. What did I put in here to move? Oh, so that must be what I was thinking of. Okay. Yeesh, Lavish. Yeah, because I have enough food. Actually, let me look. 3, Merfolk Kingdom. Okay. Her hair just... Go diving. Well, what is this? Kumamoto oyster. Wood, glass, and jar. What is the dust and stuff? It's like when we get dust from Africa or Florida. Really kind of strange, but cool. Not good for people who have asthma, but makes the sunset really beautiful. We're going. Ooh, we gotta let it load. There's a creature. Don't understand the name of that. No coffers for me? There we go, 2 coffers. Okay, I'm going too far. That's unacceptable. Seaworth. Okay, so maybe I should go up, empty my pockets. Put you over here. I'm just going into my pockets. Really, we need more pocket space already. Still out here taking pictures. At the ramp. Mm. Oh, give them all the. Okay. Me, baby. Mm. All right. Eat everything else. Mm-hmm. What's it to say? Food. Ooh, there's a spot. Can we open? Make it a better place. Oops. No more copper? Come on. Come on, ocean. The ocean chose me and it still wants me to be poor? Now I have low stamina. Are you available now? No? Okay. It's okay. Wonder if... Well, I'm gonna have to heal that, so let me just do it. I know we have to do all of it. I know that for a fact. That's what got me caught up last time. I left one. I was so worried I wasn't gonna catch another one. Right, then after this we're gonna find the next area, and that's it. That's all. Fooled me, you looped around. That might be it. No, it's not. Well, we're going up late today. But keeps looping, I don't know. This is finished, then we're finished. This time is not on our side. How beautiful. Oh, wait, there's a... I had to get the gate. I don't understand what they say, but hey. Fossil nodes. That was worth it. It's definitely worth possibly going to bed late. Well, since I'm late, you sell stuff. It's yours. Bed. Extra hard with Pablo and Jack. Yeah. Ooh, the snow globes were... Oh, the stone portrait was the most. Let me turn this light on. The Stingray jewel plate isn't that much, so I can save those for the giants. Let's light on. And then please. The stone portrait was good. And the beetle was good. Figured the emerald would be decent. School is good. Oh. We've already seen this. Weird that these keep going. Look at you dancing up a storm with Taco. And Gong. Who? The little man dancing with me, look. Is that his new imaginary friend? I haven't heard him mention it before, but let's just go with it. Good to meet you, Gong. Thanks for playing with my son. Maybe we'll see you for lunch, okay? Later, okay, Gong? Come on, Archie, let's go home. Okay, Mom. Come on, Taco. Bye, Gong. Bye, Misadventures with Thee. What Archie, Taco, and you see? Yeah, because then Alice walks up, right? Human see that, yes? So sad that Human cannot see Gong. Gong want to talk to Humans and play tricks on Human, but cannot because they can't see Gong. Hey there, Adventures with Thee. Who are you talking to? I wasn't talking. I was just minding my own business, Alice. All right, I'll leave you alone. See, Humans cannot see Gong, but it is okay. Gong has idea, but Gong need Human help. Gong tell Human more later, okay? Yeah, this. Look at that money. So what I can do? Ooh. Nice. Really all we have is trash that we're not giving. So much. So basically I have to stop eating this. Or if I do eat it once and then start eating the. Okay, and I'm pretty sure. I bet you. I think I'm gonna get another. No? Over to the ranch. Or I let you guys out first. Go back here. Cool. I got a bug. Are you not open? Oh, let's go back to find if we have another bug. Another moth. It's gross, but where's your trash? Use for a second. Right spot. Whoa. Yeah, I wasn't gonna be able to get that. It's too sensitive. Gotta find Archie, but it's Wednesday, so he'll be at school. School. Might have another bug here too. Another cricket. Game just really wanted you. Hi, friend. Oh, we didn't hang out. I'd be a fool to put my trust in the Iron Hammer. It works by itself, but the legends don't say whether it's a good worker. Does it get tired? Does it take personal days? The legends are mysteriously silent on these issues. Legend has it you can make some really incredible stuff with the right ore. Alright, let's hang out right now. Right now. We've already gone to the observatory. Monkey Lane? Let's go. Hang out on Monkey Lane. Alright, I suppose a little outing could be nice. No idea what Monkey Lane is. Oh, we get to pet the monkey. Oh, the fun time, yeah. Maybe we could do it again sometime. You're getting to know Raphael. Oh, I need to find name's house. And I need to hang out with your brother. That's cool. Oh. Go to the oops. I tried. Guess I'm going down here. Hey. What are you doing down here? Macy? Hope you like this. Well, would you look at that? gotta stop home first. Jeez Louise. I should go to the ranch. Okay, let me go home. Drop this stuff off. I gotta find Archie. I gotta open the fossils. And then we also have to go to the ranch. Regular flowers, regular flowers. And in reality, I don't care where the other flowers are from. More seeds. Okay. I want to find Archie during school hours. There's Suki. Sorry, Suki, I'm on a mission to see if he really does like crickets like he said. Hopefully he won't be grossed out. Archie, Mom lets me watch TV after school on Fridays. On normal days, I usually go with Dad to the forest until dinner time. A bug? Cool. Okay, so he just likes bugs. Good to know. Now let me go behind this house. Because he wanted some help with something. This, right? This house? This house? Yeah, I'm wrong. Oh. Next door. Uncle Mark, do not touch. Okay. You know what? I'm sick of myself. I'll have a freaking axe. Alright, well, at least now I know what it is. Oh, we got another fossil. Perfect. Let's go this way. See if there's anything to take. No. Something, that was something. That's another something. That's another something. Ooh. Hold on. I don't think I've ever had you before. Could be wrong. Oh, I've had dragonfly. Got another. Alright. I need... Let's see if she likes this. Aw, thanks for the birthday present. Oh, I didn't know it was her birthday. Get the coffers open. And I don't think my tool is ready yet. And you can only upgrade one at a time. That's fine. Rusty spear. I think we've already had that. Gemstone beads we've already had. Ooh, I don't think we've had wooden hand fan. Wood carving we've had. Let me eat something. Hold on. Dragon's tears? Shell anklet. Okay, I don't think we've had those. I know we haven't had dragon tears. That's pretty. Oh, I need to hang out with... Much to do. So much to do. Fan and the anklet, yes. And that's it? Right. What does it say for dragon tears? Once again, we're selling. Use money. Oh, I need to go get an animal. They close pretty early. Yeah, because if I get this... Oh, and these are cheaper. But if I get this, then I have to get a milk pail. I already have shears. Yes. Have Wanye. Sean. Should I just go ahead and get Nathan? Yeah. Now I have my boys to men. My sheep. Oop. Oh, I didn't even put that away. I want to make sure they're outside. You guys need to go outside. Come on outside, guys. Okay. And then we need to go see Ling. Hopefully she's open past 2. And I need to hang out with him. Of course he's walking. Ooh. Okay. We didn't have those before. Now let's go hang out with the brother. Blue. And then we'll go to the museum. And then we'll go underwater. And tomorrow we'll be able to go to... I don't know if I'll want to go to the mine. Hey there, good to see you, farmer. What's the plan? Me? Just stepping out for some fresh air. Spending all day indoors probably isn't the healthiest habit. What brings you here? Ben's the man if you want a fresh perspective. I like to get his opinion when I've got a tough decision to make. Ben. I don't remember who Ben is. Not gonna lie. He's got a unique vibe going on. Cool guy. These new decor items at the furniture store are fantastic. I wish the inn had more room. I'd love to pick some of them. The inn is doing alright, but it's not exactly bursting at the seams. Well, not as much as I'd love it to be. But we do have a handful of regular customers. Can I gift this to you? I can't deal with her. Well, that's right. You probably know them, huh? Eva and Macy. My day's been fantastic so far. Thanks for asking. Valentina just got her report card today. All A's as usual. Me? Nope. My grades were so-so. She must take after Antonio. I was too busy having fun to focus on school. Okay. Friend, are we hanging out? Yes. We're gonna go somewhere that I've not gone with your brother. I don't want to go fishing. I mean, let's go to the museum. Let's volunteer. I suppose so. It might be a good change of pace. Where should we go? I want to look at the gems. I'm not gonna lie. Let's go. I really enjoyed hanging out with you. You're getting to know Pablo better. Cool, now I'm already here. Law. This spear. Well, that's good, because that was definitely... Oh, we already got the leg? No drop. Okay. I gotta go home, drop the stuff off, and then go under the sea. Darling, it's better down where it's wetter. Take it from me. In spring or winter. It's interesting. Oh, I keep saying. Yeah, summer or fall since it's summer. Under the sea. Under the sea. Ooh, music to me. Music to me. They get the edge and start to play. I'm just gonna go do it. Because if I don't go do it, I'm gonna forget. Mm. I didn't even go in the garbage. Music to me. Take to talk to Paul. I think Paul was right here. Does that mean he went in the house? Paul, I hope you're in the house, because if not, I don't know. Yeah. Thank you. Planting bananas around the lake may not be a bad idea. Wildlife could take advantage of them as well. The thing about planting in the wild is so many animals come out at night. The seedlings would probably be gone the next day. Not sure. Um, Nothing. I thought it told me to go check. Whatever. Whatever. Let's go to water. Ooh, so much garbage. Make sure there's nothing. Music to me. No, I can't do that. Shoot. Feel like oh, there's some garbage. A lot of garbage, actually. Okay, there's no garbage here. You got to hear it under the sea. No, this is not where I need to be, because it's where I needed to go. Okay, we should probably go up here then. That is kind of isolated. Oop. Hi. Was holding my breath. Blue crab. Have I gotten blue crab before? I don't think so. Caught sea critters. Oh yeah, I've already donated. Okay. Really, I should get some seaweed, because I don't really have seaweed. It rarely ever gives you any. Another crawly. Ah! Okay. It's fine, it's alright, it's fine. We found a lot of stuff. More seaweed. I can make sure I'm going the right way. Should I try to get this? And I'm not gonna get it. Yeah, I am going the right way. More food, 2 more foods. Let me move the anchor as I go. Oh, that's why, because I can't go there. Okay, well, I just kind of wasted some time. I can go there. Oh, this is the weird part. It is a barrier, but it's not a barrier, but it is. Assault. Yeah, I was gonna say I'm not gonna have any space. There's some seahorses, right? Mm-mm. Inventory full. What can I eat? What can I eat? I don't even know where that thing went. Oh, I guess it did go up here. That's pretty far. Offer. Inventory's full. Whatever. I tried. Oh, another coffer. Shoot. Ooh. My hand is going numb. I think that's the end of it. Just like that, the barrier's gone. You clear the... Really, we should leave. Oh. Wood. The wood. Gonna be over here, I already know. As much as I want to leave. Oh shoot, it's 11:50. Fuck. Alright, well. Sell these items then. A cheese press, a sign, more stamina, health, and skill point in ranching. And Leo, okay. Duck mayo, bugs, and yes. Yeah, the so we can keep those. Fossils aren't that great when it comes to money. Not that they're horrible. Yay, silver pickaxes complete. I don't think I have enough money for the gold though. Yeah, we're gonna sell that. La 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 la. Oh. Where did I put the shears? Still working. I think I can shear one. Yep. Make sure I spelled their names right. Anya, Sean, Nathan, yes. Thanks, sir. So just like with the chickens and the ducks, I'll have something every day. Look at those 2 large eggs. Aw, you guys like me. Erica, Lauren, Mariah, and Whitney. Okay. I bet you guys. Okay. What about the chicken? Okay, there we go. You guys can come outside as well. You're so pink. Oh, oops. For sure that's one that I don't have. Really pretty. You're gonna be rude again? Feel the energy flow? You're not rude, okay. Not that I need the food, but you know. Is something moving? I think that's monkey. Go check the other bug trap. Make 2 offerings. I still don't know how to do that, but okay. Yeah, the flowers can go in here. Oh, I didn't put them. I'm really not thinking. I don't want this pinned. Ooh. Ancient master. Okay. So animal feed. Okay. Double animal products. Better quality animal products. Yeah. Feed stay filled. No, better quality. Okay, what's gonna be the next one? Size. That'll be nice. Selling price. Lowest time to befriend. I'll probably increase the size. And cheese press turns milk into blocks of cheese. I don't have any milk, but you know, when I do get some milk, definitely want to turn it into cheese. Yeah. The shears way. $70 hibiscus honey. So la 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 la. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. Look at that, I can sell that too. We're gonna have the money tomorrow. Looking for the watering can. If I were a watering can. You put it in the last one. Now I need to go so I can go in the mines. And that should be enough food. Oh, and I can open these two coffers while I'm there. Are you guys open today? Hope so. Uh-oh. What's going on with you two? Paul, I held on to hope, really did. Thought maybe you'd remember by morning. But here we are, past noon. Oh, you forgot my birthday. How could you? How dare you, Paul? Oh, Poodles. I didn't mean to. I just forgot. Oh no. You just forgot? That's your excuse? We've been married for so long. Am I not special to you anymore? Yeah. No, it's not like that at all. You're my world. I slipped up. I'm truly sorry. Sorry doesn't fix this, Paul. Words are cheap. Maybe he needs to go to the doctor. He might not be mentally well. You're absolutely right, Anne. I've messed up and I'll fix this, I promise. We are nosy. The bugs. Just to forget the birthdays of the people that you live with. It's weird. Retrieve my tool. Alright, and so how much would it cost to upgrade it again? Not that I can today, but $10,000 and hardwood. Yeah. Nope. 3,000. So tomorrow we'll be able to upgrade the scythe, is what I'm seeing. Oh, but I could upgrade one of these today. It only takes one day. I think I might do that. I'll get the axe, bronze bars, and wood. Very heavy. Oh, I see a bug. Oh, we've had that before, but I'm still gonna get it. I don't even know who that is. Not Raj, right? Antonio, with this D rank, I've managed to get even more fabulous clothing in stock. People are dressing up more. Alright, we need to be somewhat friends. Oh, thanks, you're very kind. My daughter is a very good artist. I want to send her to summer art programs when she's a bit older. I make a decent amount of money for my store. Well, I used to anyway. And there were a lot of tourists before the oil spill incident. I don't think we can hang out anymore this week, can we? Nope. We can talk. It feels good to be outside every once in a while. The shop is way too hot sometimes. Hillside is a nice place to live, just far enough from the town. The woodland, though, it's a bit too close to everyone for me. Okay, so I need wood, axe. Was that all that I needed? I don't remember now. Oh, and bronze. And I need to... Oh no. Might not have enough. Yeah. Gotta wait for that to be done. Um... Alright, well, in the meantime, let me go to the museum. It's only 10 a.m., wow. And we're going to double check that it's 5 and then hang out with our friend Antonio. It is 5. Okay. Let's talk first. Business hours, huh? You're making it sound so official. Our shop is open Monday to Saturday. We're closed on Sunday. Raphael wants a day off to spend some time with the rest of the family, so we decided to close shop on Sundays. He's usually gone all day. It gives me time to relax. You look like you had a good day. Alright, let's hang out. Where are we going? Where are we going? Let's go. Take a coffee break. Oh, but it costs money. Oh. Shell hunt. It's all 2 hours. I suppose so. It might be a good change of pace. And then I can also sell some shells. There's a shell right by your foot, Antonio. Or not Antonio, Pablo. That was a perfect way to spend the day. Thanks for the company. Getting to know Pablo better. Oh, cool. Cool hanging out with him. Let me just talk to everybody because growing up, Dad would wake me up early on the weekend to go fishing at sea at around 4 a.m. We would bring our lunches out and sail home at sunset. Then Dad and I would stop by a ramen place on the way home for dinner. We'd cook up our catch the next day. Are you going fishing? Up for a game? Not really. Beach Shack has people in it if you want to chat. Hold on, let me give you... I wasn't expecting a gift today. What a nice surprise. My wife has been saying how humid it is lately, and I agree. One time, Zoe had a school project and we planted strawberries. It was fun. We shared the harvest with some wild animals. It was a rewarding project and it taught kids about the cycle of life firsthand. Should I move my boat here? The water is calmer where I am, though, so that's a no. It's a blast sifting through the sand and discovering all sorts of hidden treasures. It's like a special treat, especially when I find something cute that I can give to the kiddos. I don't ever give you gifts. Well, this is nice. Thank you for sharing it with me. Aaliyah, I don't ever give you anything either. Whoa, this is really nice. Thank you. I can't believe you went to the trouble. Well, would you look at that? From F to D. Our town's really turning things around. Don't always believe everything you hear around here. One time I heard a rumor from my own little brother about a ghost playing the piano in the community center, yada yada yada. To have a ghost is one thing. Now they play the piano too? Where would they even learn to do such a thing? I'm ready to relocate my family to the city if I have to. You know, the whole oil spill thing. It hasn't gotten that bad, I suppose. Nina. This is marvelous, darling. Thank you. The latest clothing drops in town are absolutely to die for. Every piece is a statement. I like her outfit. The villa is too big for me, but I know Mother would be outraged if I swapped it for a modest-sized cabin. We already said that. I could never anyways. My childhood home. There's no way I could ever destroy or sell the villa. Don't destroy it. It would be such fun to stay for autumn, but I can't. So when are you here then? Obviously in the summer. I'm not gonna be able to get that book, and I want it. It's pretty. Yeah, no. I also have to go up there, and I haven't been up there in a while. Let me get shells since I'm already in shell mode. You'll probably like the watercress. Whoa, thanks. Smells fresh. You grow it yourself? Dude, the town's got this fresh vibe now. Rank D? More like rank delightful. I wanted to park here, but Mayor Connor never issued me a permit. He was concerned my van might wreck the festival grounds. I understand. All cool. I like to meditate here. I think it might be my favorite spot. It's a bit out of the way. Just me and the ocean waves. Oh, there's two other people. I never talked to you either. Thank you, thank you. I noticed the lab has a computer now. You can shop online with it, I think. It seems really handy. It's too hot to use a blanket at night now. It's a problem because I sleep better with one. Me too. I don't stay at the villa during summer because Nina is already there. Besides, the beach gets really hot really early in the morning anyway. If you ever need a place to stay, you're welcome at the inn. Not that you would need it since you have your own house, but the offer is still there. I had a huge to-do list I wanted to go through yesterday, but I wasn't able to finish everything. Normally I'd be upset about it, but I feel okay. I'll just roll everything over to today. It's not a big deal. Oh, that feels weird to say, but in a good way. Bro, I cannot. They're garbage. Ooh, there's a flower. There's another flower and another flower. Millie? Not really. Let's give you. I hope this wasn't too much trouble. I accept, thank you. Oh my goodness, have you seen the new clothing collections around town? And those decor pieces? I'm going on a shopping spree. You can see all kinds of butterflies and birds from here. Compost, I saw a flower on the other side. I'm not really interested. Eats? We'll eat a flower to get a flower. Alright, now let me drop. Oh, I was gonna sell those. Whatever. We'll sell them overnight. I think they're still open. I can do have it. I need wood. It's only 10 pieces. You're open, you're open. I'm so glad you're open. Shoot. What was I thinking? 20 wood, not 10. 10 would be too easy. It'll be ready tomorrow on Friday. Oh, I know what I meant to do. Relationship, cool. Quest, yeah. Don't want that. No, I need to find the fire giant, and we need to give more and papayas. Okay. All I care to see is the core. Don't need to see it, but we're gonna see something. I'm gonna go down to the mines. Even though I know it's gonna take so much. Eat the flower. eat? No. Here. The bug. Flower that I can eat. Okay. Our monkey didn't mean to bother you twice. Alright, so I need to get to level 5. 10, hopefully, but... Four, 5, 6. My weapons. Mm. Ooh, flame essence. This is... About to make a rope. Ooh. Flame essence and fossil. I have to remember I do have too many rocks, so... Okay. We are making rope. Perfect. Sure, that's it. Wonder what that's about. There's another one. Oh, but if there's more ore, there's not. I want to know what that is. I have bronze, and I don't want to use silver. I don't want to use my coal. One day I'll come back and pop those open. The moon is bright. Went through my window. That's probably it, and you to make rope. And this is a big level, yeah. Nope. Silver ore is always good. Really, I could get to 15. And I think I'm about to speed run to 15. Once I get this one. Ugh. Avenge. Okay. That's perfect. Beyond perfect. That's what I'm about to be. Oh. Most left. Well, this right here is a lot. I need the rock. Let's see if it'll. Nope. Hmm. And a geode. We're not getting a lot of geodes anymore. Nope. Okay, well, we're gonna get a rope. Oh, we're on top of it. I mean, I have energy and we have time since we're already late. I'd make an assumption. Alright. We're done. 15. We can go back home. We have an hour before we pass out. I know, right? Not. Oh, inventory full. It doesn't tell me. I want to sell. I have time, right? Okay. I don't think I have anything. I do. Right. Bed before going choice. Come on. Another mining skill point, more stamina and health. Antonio and Scott, good, because Antonio, I do apologize. Viscous honey and some shells and my wool and mayo. Got some bugs and salt lamp and blue mask. Bronze access complete. Double crop. I say a house isn't a home until you can cook in it. Joko and I can expand your house and add a nice kitchen. Visit us when you're ready for an upgrade. I know, but I don't have enough money. I'm in the doghouse now, so to speak. I forgot Anne's birthday and I need to fix this fast. Unfortunately, I'm too busy to look myself, so I'm gonna need your help to find me some green tea. One is fine. If you can find it, I'll owe you a big one. Please look for ASAP, thanks. Join us for the annual beach cleanup tomorrow, summer 27, at 9 a.m. Let's work together to clean up the trash and enjoy fun games afterwards. Bathing suits are welcome, but not mandatory. Drinks are provided. Woman! Yes, we've already gotten this. Done yet. We get the shears. But I have 3. We should have someone to shear every day. Two of them. You first. Double products. Oh, I meant to betcha. Ooh, 2 large eggs. Quality. I just love these animations. Hope you guys don't get sunburned with enough. Okay, we need 2. When she's open. I don't even know what day it is. Let's say 8 to 3. Okay, so yeah, 8 to 3. Oh, mining skill. Selling price. Rare resources. Double ore. I mean, selling price of gems is good, right? Yeah. Let me make sure. Yes, gem price. Else can I hang out with? Anybody? No. Giving her all the gifts. To get some of that stuff. I wonder if because I upgraded it twice before, if that upgrade is still there. We already saw this. Because we already saw it. Yes, I am aware. Oops. See? Energy. Chanted twice. No, we just wasted it. Put a chieftain and give him. Or I can give you some Karacha. No, can I not give you? Give you the gong. I think Human Gong will take this. To you our thanks, Human. Plenty of flowers around, earth is smiling it is. Happy again the giants are, in prison no longer we are. Let me talk to you too. I remember all things in cavern. I remember Human. I remember Earthshake. Just kidding, I forgot. Nothing. What? Gong asked Grog to run today, but Grog no wanna. I ordered this massage thing. I could use. I do want to sit in springs first. I'm late. This energy back. To do that. To turn me around. I need to fix that. Out the way, moth. Take. I think it's up here. I think this is. Happening. Let's go. I'm gonna go. I think I want to go open. Tedious to go back. Go to the lab and then we'll go see the brothers. Bug. Don't. Ooh. Like a goat. It was blurred. Did I get my axe? Did not. Oh. Again, it's annoying. Three. Question is, should I go? I should go in the ocean. Mayo, mayo, mayo. Money. But this is silver. Let's finish. I did get rid of close. Let's finish the mine. I'll finish it. Hopefully today, if not today. Rambo. Me. Yes. Didn't mean to hit you guys. Opening? No. I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Perfect. Let me see though if perfect. Yeah, I'm not gonna step on them. Remember them warning me that this place. Or on the other side. I already started hitting rocks. Perfect. I wasn't willing to use a rope. Almost at 20. It's only. Ooh. Like 4 p.m. Okay, this is a rope level. There's no ore. And now. Okay. Ooh. It's want to, but I can. Oh. Yeah, these? You seem like I might be able to beat you. Oh, I thought I got you. I was gonna say that was easy. What'd you do, move? Oh, I got you? Okay. I don't think I want any of that smoke, okay. I'm just here. Okay. I know it's real quick, but... Might need 5 more rope. Okay, that was pretty quick and easy-ish. I wanted to see what you guys do. Play 10 enemy types, okay. Oops. The more rocks I hit, the better I feel about making rope. As it takes, I forget how many hundred. Ooh, we don't want any smoke with you, sir. Is that meat from the last person that you battled? Perfect. Let me make sure there's no more ore. That is all we really care about. Nope. There's ore. And you're... Let's see what you got. I knew it. I might not make it. Oh, and you have a little baby? Oh no. Rock domino. I haven't. Yes, I did. I did beat you guys. So early that... And we got another elevator. I think those only... Okay, but are you hiding another one? Yes, you are. Going want to use another rope. We got 46 stone. This is a lot. Maybe not. It looked like it was a lot. Awesome. And get Jamu. Let's so spread out. Let's use rope. Let's spread out too, jeez. Because I was not in the mood to to run around. Because there's one level, we can do it. The next 10 that I'm gonna be impatient with. So we have 2 hours for 10 levels. We need the rocks for the rope. Perfect. Blessed opal ring. Ooh. Increase the chance of finding rare items. Now we rare items and range for collecting items. I don't have to crack open a single rock, I won't. I don't think 35 has a elevator, so I'm gonna have to rope. Unless there's ore, I will use energy for ore. It doesn't look like it. Oh no! Oh my gosh. I'm panicking now. Just hit as I go. But yeah, that ring, I can tell that ring did help. And help a ton. It was a little quicker. My tools. Okay, we need some explosives then, because that's the best I can do. I don't want to use coal. I got some coal. Put it here in the middle of the room. Perfect. Got coal and rocks. We're gonna be late. Let me just. Okay, so 35 doesn't have the elevator, but it does give me a place to jump down. That's nice. That I missed some ore, and I'm fine with that. Leaf line. Yikes. Do I have enough now? Yes. Oh my gosh, I have just enough. I know. 3 levels. I can do that in 2 hours. Feel like perfect place. Sorry, ogre, whatever your name is. Creature you are. Mm. One hour. Final time. Full on, flat out. This is stressing me out. Clear this area. Oh, no, no. Nothing. Don't have enough rocks. This area. I got a geode. Oh, come on. I'm not gonna make it. And this is crazy. I'm about to pass out. Yep. Okay. Well, now we can craft explosive 3. We got more stamina and health. And luckily I already put that over there, so we got the money. And that too. Well, we can go to the beach cleaning festival. Money. Get osmium ore. Okay. Still don't like that you have to use coal, but, you know. Dark S. Ooh. Oh yeah, all my stuff. Cool, 65. Wait, do I have anything else that I can dry? I haven't been underwater, no. Last night, yeah. Oh, sunny this time. I spotted you lying face down and got pretty worried. It was dark and I thought something serious had happened. Anyway, don't stay up past midnight. It's not good for your health. I asked Yuri to check on you to make sure you were okay. The medical bill is attached. Boo. My mining stuff away. And that's it. Oh. Put that away. I don't think I'm gonna pay to open those today. Let me go check on my animals. Yeah, let's make some tomato jam. Oh, I didn't bring shears. It's okay. But you guys. Grab shears and come back. I'll let you guys outside though. I can't forget that. The eggs. Ooh, it's a large egg. Both the ducks are good, and both the chickens. Get shears for you guys. No. It's in the last one. Yes. This thing It's making my arm go numb. Hi, Ramnu. You love beaches in warm weather. Yes, we're gonna be cleaning the beach in just a moment. I just gotta go down there. Here, get the hair. And we can get the bars. And mining. Bars. And put the shears away. And that's... I mean, since I have more than one, I'll see what the prices are on those. And we did not water. If I don't do it now, I'm gonna forget. And we can harvest. Ooh, tomato. Oh, and I can go put that in the thing for jam, since I already have some tomato jam happening. Okay. Go to the beach. Wait. I don't know which way. Must be that way. Oh, 9 o'clock. It's too early. Oops. Oopsies. Well, let's catch whatever we can catch while I'm waiting an hour. Ooh, there's a bug. And there's a lot of people. Orchid mantis. Flower. Butter. Flower. Rod is going to talk about more coffee. Can't stand when people wear perfume that's too strong. It overwhelms my nose for the day and I don't like it. I like to be able to smell the coffee. I knew it was going to be about coffee. Open every day. Let me give him... No. 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 Not. Grab the flower. I don't appreciate that. I'm trying to give this to Raj because I don't ever give him. Oh, would you look at that? You can learn a thing or two from your neighbors. You might pick up a simple recipe or to try out or even learn how to craft items for your farm. Get to know them and they might share their knowledge with you. I picked up some coconuts from the beach the other day. It can be a quick hydration solution. That was a mouthful to say. It was a mouthful to say. Here's Peanut. Let me get... Okay, we have 30 game minutes for the festival. Get this flower. And nothing over there. And we can speak. Is this Eleanor? It sure is. The heat can get intense at the beach this time of year. Even with the windows open, sometimes it's still hot even at night. Oh yeah, you guys live on the beach. The beach shack has been smoking a lot of salmon lately. The smoke gets trapped on the second floor all day. Whoa. No matter how many times we change our clothes, we end up smelling like smoked flour. Oh, would you look at that? I'm sure I can find a good use for this. I've been telling those two that's what happens, but nope, they still insist. Alright then, what can I say? Jim and Sunny are in charge of the kitchen. So there's gonna be a main activity beach cleanup, then tug of war, swimming contest, and beach cleanup booth. So I did peek, and there's something I need to get at the booths. Okay, we need this. Lady Beetle. Good, as long as I have some space in my pocket. It's 9 o'clock. Let's go clean up. Our beach cleanup? Yes. That's pretty. Ooh. Oh, those are cute. All right. See what we can see. All right, let's talk to everybody. I'm excited to take some great photos today. The light looks great and I don't see a single cloud in the sky. I'm not gifting anyone anything. Oh. You look good. That outfit really suits you. It's the same outfit I wear every day, but thank you. Since our inn is right by the beach, it's important to me that it's kept clean. That's why I always take part in the cleanup. Will you be joining the race? At the very least, it should be fun. You might not think so, but collecting trash can be hard physical work. Gotta make sure I warm up properly or I might pull something. I'm not as spry as I used to be, unfortunately. Shoveling trash might not be the most glamorous thing, but it's much better than shoveling manure. That's true. Aku? Yes. Should have brought the hat. My head's a bit toasty. I like that they show them cleaning. Oh, look at that. Looks like Kira is all fired up. Wait, I gotta talk to everybody. Oh yeah, I did talk to you earlier. I never talked to you, Frank. I can hear Sunny talking all the way from here. Actually, I'm gonna give you a gift. Thank you for the gift. Oh, you didn't really like it? Okay. Can we talk some more? No? I'll ever see you, Erica? Yeah. Oh yeah, the swimming race contest, whatever. I used to participate a few years ago, but now I just like to chat with people while we're picking up trash. Chatting helps pass the time. Before I know it, I filled up lots of bags. Let's buy battery. Yeah, see, it's 50 off. Oh, and even kelp is counted. A scrap scarecrow? Now that's cute. Not really, but it kind of is. Beach snow globe. Ooh, I'm not spending money on that though. It's the batteries that we need. Out of stock, perfect. I don't know how else to get batteries. It's great that we're gathering today to clean up the beach, but I wonder if it's enough. I never see her either. Oh, somebody's over here. Ben, is it? Yeah. The vibrations here are truly in harmony with Mother Earth. Powerful energy. I already spoke to you? You? What are you doing here, chatting? We've got some cleaning up to do, Garden Rake. I can't stand him calling me Garden Rake. Was up for a quick swim after we finished. The water's perfect today. I couldn't believe how much junk we picked up last year. It's an eye-opener. Alright, Starlit Town, let's turn this beach from trashy to classy. Every bit counts. Seen you today. Just doing some stretching here. We've already seen her. Did not see Luke. I lost count of how much water I drank. Good thing the beach shack's nearby. The other good thing about this festival is we're nearing the end of summer. I'm ready for fall. We already talked to all the kids. No, that's Anne. It seems counterintuitive for Pufferfish Corp to be distributing these flyers, doesn't it? Shouldn't we be decreasing the trash, not adding to it? I can't wait to grow up so I can join the swimming contest. Misadventures with Bee, who do you think will collect the most trash? Last year it was Mr. Pablo. He zoomed around so fast. It's so nice out. I don't want to go home. Remember, folks, we're not just cleaning up. We're safeguarding our marine life, too. Are you gonna join us? I bet I can pick up more trash than you. You might. I think my daughter said she saw a dolphin nearby. Maybe they're curious and want to see why so many humans are gathering. Oliver, having fun or not? So loud. Good, son. Not that I want to. Is everyone staying hydrated? We have a ton of coconut water here. Oh, that's nice of you guys. Hey, Raina, take a picture of us by the cleanup banner. Let's show people we care. Here. Let's forget about pufferfish for now. I'm ready to pick up some trash. Heard there's some sweet prize for the team that bags the most trash. We on it? No? Man, that's a bummer. Well, it's all good. Dad said picking up trash is good, even though it's not our trash. Well, it is because it's on your beach. I'm glad the town is working together to clean up the beach. Do you know how much trash I gather just from fishing? Too much. Me too. We always get trash. I think it's working. I'm not getting a sunburn. Oh, good. Hmm? It's so hot today. Gotta stay hydrated. A lot of people here. It's the perfect weather for swimming. Anybody down here so I don't forget? Nope. Can you take a picture of me over there? Don't strain yourself if you plan on joining the swimming race. Just have fun with it. Yeah, I do wanna... So... the main activity we can do later. I want to... so let's go to the island. Oh, we didn't see you, Aaliyah. Pass me another trash bag, will ya? Found quite a few plastic bottles here. I hope they let me, No, I'm hitting spacebar. Oh my gosh. Okay, so mine is maximum. Yay! Okay, so we can do this. I just have to hopefully not break my spacebar on my computer. Yeah, let's start tug of war. You guys better pull harder. They're all pulling hard. Come on. Okay, we won. Quick. Oh, 3 rope and 500 gold. Okay, and it was just 1. 600. I love that they give you each level. Kind of weird, but I like it. Yes, I know it can only be used in the mines. I'm actually trying to click on emptiness. No. Whatever. Okay. So we won tug of war. Where is the swimming contest? I didn't see you, Scott. This isn't just about today. It's about setting a precedent. A clean beach should be the norm, not an annual event. I agree. Practice. Q&A. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. Oh. Oh my god. You know, we gotta practice that again. Cause what was that? And why are we over here? Do this to me? Oh, here's more people to talk to. It's always so much fun seeing the youngsters racing around and having fun. Make sure you're having fun too. I remember the first beach festival I attended was more about the town coming together and celebrating summer one last time. My students loved the cleaning race. They basically forced me to take part. I never see Walter. Days like these are why we chose to move out here. The sun is just beaming, isn't it? Having a relaxing day? Alright. Let's do that swim contest again. Practice. Cute. Like that's your feet, right? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, why do we keep falling? Okay, well I got faster. I don't know. I'm just gonna race. You can only practice so much, you know? Weird. Because then we also have to do beach cleanup. This took forever. Oh my gosh, and there are other people. I don't know what that means. Come on, come on. Oh shoot, I'm last. I don't know what to do. It's so weird. It's so weird. Okay, well at least I got some bronze kelp. 29. Oh wow, Sunny was 10 seconds. I don't understand it, but that's fine. That was fun. Now let's clean. Or where it is. I think it's usually by the mayor. Oh, I see. It's this. Are you sure you want to start the main event? There's still time to try fun games. Let's start. Oh, look at Taco running with the garbage bag. I'm taking pictures with the garbage bags. I like the animations for this festival better than done so far. That bar, a stamina bar. Maybe you use too much stamina. I don't know. Because when I wasn't pressing the keys, then I wasn't moving. So I think pressing the keys made me move. So I don't know. I'll have to watch somebody else play it and see if they explain it. So that way next summer I'll be able to do it. Thank you for helping us. This place is much cleaner now. Let's celebrate it together with the other folk. I want her to tell me about her brother. Ooh, mermaid. Okay. We did everything. And I still came out with some money. That's good. And I got my batteries. So I think we are done with the festival because people to talk to. Or, oh no, I already talked to you today. Like these. Let's leave the festival. Ooh, what is that noise? Festival took all day. A corn on the cob recipe is enclosed for my favorite farmer, not a girl master for nothing. I invented this recipe. I call it wild mushroom polenta. Yum, you should try experimenting with it. Just don't use too many of those brown mushrooms, okay? That actually sounds like something Ben. No, honey. Oh, inventory full. The mayonnaise away. Make sure, I'm pretty sure I've already gotten the orchid mantis. Who did we meet? Raina. The secretary? Okay. Buddy. Hot. Insect. Yep, already. I'm gonna put that away. So the diving. And mining was what? That's not an artifact. We need that and that for Ling. Others. Let's. Ooh, and I can go get my maple syrup that I never get. Out here. Bronze bars. tool enough. Need my is my there it is. Oh. Mm-mm. I think tomorrow's the last day of summer. Okay, 140 merit earned. Tug of War and attend cleanup festival. Ben, Archie, and Aaliyah. Oh, 120. Decent money. Mayo. So duck mayonnaise is still more than bronze large mayo. Ducks. Oh, it's raining. Harvest. Healing. Cheers. Put a trash. Oops. Yeah, so I just need to use. Pickled bell pepper. Yeah. And I need to get hay for them because I want them to get grump. And I think I have enough. Okay, so when I go over there, I'm gonna try to upgrade hay. I think I have enough money. I just don't remember what exactly I need. I put the garbage away and the shears. Garbage. I think what we need is kelp essence, but it don't remember what else you use to make kelp essence. Glass, okay. Duh. Every time I do that, that's obvious. Is it the glass bottle? Okay. Put the wool away. Go underwater. Thanks for that. Yeah, go underwater. Wait. Make sure she's gonna be open today, because if not, I'll just go down there. Lab, yes. 8 to 5, because it's Sunday. Seahorse. Of course you come this way. this looping around is except. Uh-oh, inventory full. Can't leave a coffer. Oh. Gotta go down and around. Down and around. Body breed. I don't think there was any creature. No creature was contained. Two. Something. Polar jellyfish. Still full. Space, no. You know, because there's a lot of food over here. We're gonna go drop this off. And the link should be open. Nothing. Thing, where you at? Scrap. Goes on Sunday. That money. Yeah, because I'm trying to upgrade hay. Oh yeah, and I have to give... I didn't feed my animal. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. The computer. Okay. Oh shoot, we need 40,000. I can get everything else. Ooh! I gotta get 40,000. Really, I was looking to... Gelimis tail? I have to put the batteries away because I don't... 1,000. Hey, thanks for cleaning up the debris in the forest. I saw you done it a couple times when I went there to paint. I like to chill there sometimes, but I don't have any farming tools, so I appreciate your doing that. My brain feels sluggish. I could really use some inspiration right now. Or maybe a nice long walk in the rain. Okay, let's go home and feed the animals. I gotta get hay. Hey. And coop. Hi, Lord Sessamaru. You said, oh my god, I have one of the best books of all time. What book? Mayonnaise. Let's go back down. Oh, you drop off these batteries. Already out here. food is still here. Oh, we can keep going around. Locked off. Let's just keep going down. Horse. Food and more food. That can be dehydrated. I'm glad we're getting seaweed. Oh, we can't go up. So then, since I can't go up, I'm going upstairs. I'm back for that. I'm gonna put the food that I just got in the dehydrator. If I had known how good the dehydrator was, I would have been using it earlier. Fiber away. That was about that away too. Perfect. It's thorns. More salt. Yeah, it's blocked. How do we get over there? who that is. Understand, we've done all of that. Every single piece. Can't do that. Who are you guys? The one I haven't met yet? Shut up, we can get the animals? Oh my gosh. Stop it. You're a poultry. Lives underwater, will lay Kara eggs when properly cared for. Oops, sorry. Complete what? Pulu offering. Oh. Anyways, Mermu produces Mermu milk. Ink hog produce decoyed ink. Shroud, sea shroud algae. And shellac produce sphere. Oh, look, we can use the shears. Okay, so I have to do offerings. I didn't know about that. Let me meet this guy, because I've obviously not met him. Oh, Siamet doesn't want to talk to me. Oh boy, we need underwater barns. Osmium kelp essence, but I haven't seen osmium kelp. Alright, let's go back. Boom, boom, boom. What those offerings are, but oh, I wanna. Maybe I just have to clear it? It says offering. Uh, you definitely use scrap though. I think this is just a place to get trash when I've cleared it all. Maybe it's trash and scrap. Cleaning, because you don't give coffers in here? Black? No. Maybe there's some stuff here that says... Oh, hold on. That wasn't open before. Honey dried. Yeah, it doesn't. Look this up online. Hulu offering. Me. Oral eye offering. There it is. Somebody's asking the same as me. Follow the quest line. Okay. Okay. Pockets are full. Not seaweed. Oh. That's everything. Everything else is food. Down and try to find a way to get through those barriers. We have to heal the coral tree. It's telling me to do anything. Oh. Yeah. Locked, right? Food. Food. Oh, hold on. Shoe crab. Um, let me make sure there's a way. Yeah. See, this is block 2. Ooh, blue crab. I saw online it says that the blue crabs are rare, but I've caught 3, maybe 4. Hold on. Can you stop moving? Can you stop moving? Oh, hedgehog see. Okay, this is how we're supposed to get there. But I tried that way. I guess I was wrong. Hold on. Horseshoe crab. I'm gonna get you. Just give me a second. Going. I will drop the anchor. Offer it. Like offers are gold. I could get trash from them. It's at 950. I just want to find them. I don't need to clear space for them. Inventory full, meaning I can't get rocks. We need stone. Sit. Okay. Oh, I got some more. And that's gonna be 2 clear space for it, but waiting for me tomorrow to have the time to. Find the other one. Not leaving you. $11:30, I'll leave. Not what I need to sell. That means I gotta go. We'll fix it tomorrow. It's kind of. Well, oh, crawler trap. One I had. Duck mayo is good. I need some more ducks. Oh, seaweeds too. Yeah, we're not selling any more seaweed. Full of jellyfishes. And it's about to be fall. Last day of summer. But I think all of our crop I got. Well, well, well. So you're this year's competition, huh? Who are you talking to? And what are you talking about? Sure. Not that I'm worried or anything. It's actually pretty adorable, the effort you're putting in. I'm not putting in effort, though. That's the thing. So, joke's on you. Look at your poor withered crops. They're not withered. If this is all I'm up against, I've basically already won this thing. Okay? Not next year. I don't know what you're talking about. Wait, you have no idea what I'm talking about, do you? No. Because I don't care, Bobby. Come on, the Harvest Festival. It's like the biggest deal of the year for us farmers. Beluga Bay and Starlet Town go head to head, and this hotshot farmer, Jeff Smith, judges the show we show off. Judges the stuff we show off. Does the 15th of fall mean anything to you? No, it doesn't. You don't have to laugh at me, geez. Honestly, you're kind of a pain sometimes. What? You just met me. Daddy always said winning this thing is all about charm, strategy, and having the best produce. Looks like I've already won on all 3 counts. Okay. I'm happy for you. Good luck, farmer. You're seriously gonna need it. He is so rude. Your daddy didn't. Well, okay. I had 1 withered crop. Rest. Oh, 2 withered crops. Whatever. Father didn't teach him to be polite. Oh, we don't want sea lettuce in there. Oh, that's why it takes so much space, because each is by itself. That makes sense. I'm gonna save the sea lettuce because I feel like maybe, I don't know, possibly be able to use it. Okay. Diving, and then I need to go before I forget. Cold peppers. A pack of Peter Piper. Pickle watercress. Alright, let's go to the museum before I forget. Oh, her outfit is different. Hmm. Barb. Can't believe I have donated 150. Where is the aquarium? Because I want to see it. Insectarium. I'm good. Skip that. Oh, there is something that I can get though. Something that I saved. I do also need to do my animals. offer that yet. This will not come back. Offering the Lake Temple. A black opal. Oh, it gives you option. That's really good. I've gotten all of those. Okay. Neutral, neutral, one heart. Ma'ams. Quack. Oh. Loading symbol. Huh. Thank you for letting me know. The game isn't stopping for me, so I wonder why that's happening. Drop some stuff off and come back. Walk through here. Oh. Mm. Okay. Mayonnaise gone. Wool gone. Need to end up. It's not your favorite game, understood. But thanks for stopping by and saying hello. There. Hope you have a good day too. I have any flowers in. Go see. Oh, but no, it's so. It's happening again right now. Okay, I'm gonna have to. I'm not dropping frames, so I'm gonna have to look. Thank you for telling me. The light and then gold. That for the is. Are you trapped? And that was fibers. Oh, I was trying to look up lepidolite. Gem cannot be. Oh. Um. Mhm. Oh, the gold. Right, so let me take these to the giants. And see if I can get to the bottom of the fire mine. The enchant tools in Center Temple. Giant's magic connect to Earth. It does. I'm not gonna give them. You know. Never mind. Go back to the farm. Artifact. Actual artifacts here. I just have garbage. And now I have that and that. And flowers. I'll put that in there. That. go sell it. Not needed. Offer. Isn't that? We're here. Tripping. Yeah. Cleared my farm in a long time. Another. Actually good that I waited until I have Hans. It's going quicker. Energy. Oh, I didn't eat hay. I wasn't trying to. feeling. I'm barely using any energy. Need to get my gold for be clear. Another rock. The right weapon can really help with slaying certain monsters. I wonder what horror films are coming out this fall. I like the ones with jump scares, just nice classic films with ghosts. Yeah, let's go hang out. I think we... volunteered. Alright, I suppose a little outing could be nice. That was a fun time. Yeah, maybe we could do it again sometime. Getting to know Raphael. Oh, we're playing. Let's have to go talk to him. Hair looks gray. To alarm you, can I take you to learn to play like that? Was beautiful to you. Me? Of course. Take a seat, let's play. You happen to have 2 guitars? Good. Whoa, easy on the strum there. Oh, sorry. I don't want to break your... Not to do it too hard. Wow, gotta say, you're not bad for a new player. I just want to do it again. Thank you. I come here whenever I feel like things are a bit overwhelming, but I also sometimes just to share something about my day. Sometimes a little company is very true, and I want... Oh, I don't have the pet bed. See if I can expand the house tomorrow. I want a cat so bad. Energy is... Good problem. Too much food. Large duck mayonnaise. It's so early, why don't we go down to donate that yet? Let's donate that green mask and then underwater. And I'll clear the path. Or will I? Yeah, because while I'm clearing the path, I might find the other one. And you know what I need to do is I need to get more mason jars. Doesn't make sense. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Another nasty, nasty. Okay. Let me put that away too to sell. Because I know we already donated it, and when I come back, I probably won't have time to do anything. To go anywhere, to see anyone. Bring with me is food. And my, tools. No, I don't plan on eating that. Go diving. Oh, what? That Mr. Hedgehog? Yes. Okay, cool. Let me double check. Yes, there's two. Mysterious coffer. That's what I like to say. Oh no, that's a coffer. Should be. Be back there and loop around. And glass is good to have. Honey. Ooh. Cool. I just want this to be clear. All right. At least we found the next area. Have more stuff for the dehydrator. It is nice. Stuff away to sell. Did a code. Okay. Everything else I'm gonna keep. And then tomorrow I'm gonna try to expand the house. Even though I need hardwood. A duck mayonnaise, man. Okay, green sea urchin. Decent. For that. Okay, there's more watercress, and we need shallot and pepper. Mangosteen probably too. That can go. Oh, the machine's full. Oh shoot, we don't have enough glass. And share two of ya. So it's gonna be a different quality. Drop off the. No. Or can we dehydrate those? Dehydrate these. Awesome. Think today. Cup. 2 large eggs, look, guys. 26 days. Ooh. Oh my gosh, we're gonna get. Okay, let's go. My bug. Ooh, more mangosteen, or is that something big? It? I want all the stuff to be near each other. You know? I forgot it is a new season. That means new bugs, new forageable, new everything. No. Celery. Bug. No. Okay, that was so good and so bad at the same. much as I need trash, I don't care. I'm not sure if we've gotten a wasp before. Alright, time to go home. The carpenter. I can't believe the Pufferfish Corporation, can you? It's unbelievable. To waltz into our town like this and just try to take over. The nerve, the gall, the humanity. Oh, don't shake that spatula. Don't get all funny with me, Joko. It's a serious problem. I know it is, sweetie. I just don't see what it has to do with lunch. Oh my gosh. Grumble. Archie. Archie, my boy. Join us? Archie's busy. No thanks. Ooh. I'm making pancakes, your favorite. No thanks. What? You okay, Archie? That was weird. He loves my pancakes. Those look good. More for me then. I mean us. More for us. Something's up with that boy. Have you noticed? He's always rushing around these days like he's late for something. Never enough time for his parents. He's, I don't know, distracted. Boy's growing up, honey cake. He needs his own space. That's all this is. Do you want me to talk to him? No. No, I don't think so. Let's give him some time. Maybe he'll come to us. He may. He may not. We don't know for sure. Joko, she didn't ask you that. Oh. Gotten the maple syrup. Okay. Forgot the maple syrup. Okay. House upgrade. I forgot how much it costs. 5,000. Okay, so we're close. Not really. I need 10 bronze bars. Oh gosh. Okay, 100 wood, 50 stone, 10 bronze bars. 100 wood, 50 stone. I need to get some bronze. Oh, we're gonna be going back down to the mine. 100 wood, 50 stone. Yeah, since we've already done big. Okay. Where's my pickaxe? Oh no. Oh, actually, two. We're gonna go in the mine. Where is my pickaxe? Are you? Pickaxe. It's a silver pickaxe. There it is. Okay, let's go. And also, let me see. Okay, we have enough of those. We just definitely need... Yeah, I don't have any bars. So... Oh. That back. Oh, okay, Zara. Hey, don't mention it. You were in trouble and I happen to be passing by. You okay? Alright, I owe you one. Don't worry. I'm glad I've come to help you just in time. Good. Well, I have to be somewhere. Just eat some food and you'll be good as new. You don't seem to be badly injured. Oh, excuse me, Pablo. What? Do you like chestnuts? I'm not gonna give you garbage. That's solid, thank you. So glad it's starting to cool down. Makes working at the shop a lot easier. I like his outfit. Fall is here and I haven't gotten anything for Raphael's birthday yet. Raphael loves onyx. I sure hope Ben has some in stock right now or else I don't know what to do. Do you know where I can get an onyx just in case Ben doesn't have any? No. We're not hanging out today because I'm busy. Isn't this the first one? Yes. There's no ore here. Oh, we need some ore. Okay, there we go. I knew there had to be some. Ooh. Okay. I do need coal though. I forget if we can make coal. And that's what I'll be doing later. Bong, 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 bong. Two things of coal. Another geode. See there? Okay, there's a lot of, not a lot, but there's more geodes down here. Other mines. And a fossil. The mushroom, right? Got everything. Yeah. No, I think I might have enough ore. Okay, let's go back. We're gonna take the long way home to see what we can find for fall. Since it's only the second day of fall. Yes. I need to make 1,000. We'll hang out later. Can't do. Um, open. Okay. I'm about to drop off some stuff and then come back to get it. Wait. I want to open these. Ooh. I'm pretty sure I need to offer. I was gonna say, I know you guys are open. Stegosaurus claw. Cod? I don't know if we've gotten cod before. Okay, let me make sure we don't need monarch. It does need to be offered. I remember. More. Rare drop, 40%. That's cool. Yeah. Get more. No. Because. Bring the rope? Oh, I probably put it in the thing. moved all the garbage. Did I use the rope? Oh, and flowers. Ever the flower. E and pocket. Oh. Okay, so my goal is to get 5 layers down, levels, layers. Level 40, and then we'll be done with this, and then I can be done today. I don't even care. We'll get the ore later. Anyway. Getting more geodes. That's good. Do all of this. I have rope. Okay. Okay, I was gonna say I kind of want to save these for the last 2 levels. Yes, sir. Next level, I'm using okay. Oh. I'll look for osmium, and if it's not there, cool. There it is. We did it. All the mines. Ooh, we could have used that up there. Now they would have given me 25. Right, Goddess was powerful and special, humanist. Skeptical we were, yet here we are at the bottom of the fire mine. Yes, we are. Human, look at that. Ew. Come on, hurry, break the cursed tablet, you must. He is here. Keith. You, here you are. Kingston, you here. We thought. Responsible for turning the others to stone, we thought Gyu did. Oh. No, no, it was not Gyu, it was Gort. Gort? Here Gort is? Where? Gyu did not know, but Gort was here when other giants turned to stone, and then Gyu. Oh, Gyu's so sorry, chieftain. Alright, it is Gyu. I think his name is Gyu. To lobby we go. Thank you, we do, Human. In lobby, we shall see you. I'll be there in just a second. Don't worry. $600. Okay, so now we just need 500. That's perfect. Oh, we have an hour. I don't have to rush. We're going to anyway. No reason to stay down here. Chieftain, giants feel something strange happened. Yes, yes, something happened. Giants heard boom when giants arrived here. Chieftain, alright? Gyu! It is Gyu. Why Gyu here? No, no, no. What? Not the place here is. Talk about it we will back home. Explain to us, Gyu will. After Gyu rests. Yes, Gyu? You then we will. The running is funny to me. Alright, let's get out of here. I'm gonna make sure I have enough stuff in there to sell. That'll give me 500. That way we can get our home tomorrow. And our home. Yeah. So today's not gonna be the last day. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on. I'm not gonna get it. Another fix. No, we want to go up. Mm. Man-faced stink bug. Uh, Alright. Make sure I have enough stuff in there. because we need it. All right, let's just go. Not there. Large duck mayonnaise. Ooh, that's gonna give me the money that I need. Okay. Hopefully tomorrow I have enough money. If I don't have a way to do it, then I'll just... There we go. $1,000. 430 for one large duck mayo. Over. Okay, so we have more than enough money. Goom Goom Human, rested and ready to tell us the story Gyu is. To the village you must come and hear the story. Your help we feel we will need. Oh Yuri, that's so nice. I'm sending you some lunch. Not so sure what you like. Hope this'll do. Green curry? Yes, please. 315? And defense boost. That's very nice. Yet. Can we pickle chestnuts? Pretty treat. I'm not gonna pickle. Yeah. Get more pickled figs. Oh, look at it. No, I don't even think we need to go get it. I think that is what I saw online. No eggs. What happened? I let you guys out yesterday? Bad mood. We don't like that. And it makes no sense why you'd be in a bad mood. Mm-mm. The celery. Hungry. More celery. Tell us what happened. Ah, human gum gum. Good timing. Ready to tell us, Q is. I'm ready to hear. You ready? So, long ago, Q received message from Gort. Come to cavern, it said. Gyu no see Gort many nights, so Gyu was many excited. Gyu think, hey, Gort come back to village. So Gyu ask all giants come to cavern. Welcome Gort. Chief then remember, right? Yuno could come was busy with goddess. Yes, remember we did. Audience with goddess we had. Gyu very happy. Sad when other half left village. Gyu think if Gort return, Gyu be happy again. Isn't that Gort right there? Gyu go to cavern first. No patient. No wait for others. But Gyu hear Gort say strange words not understand. Dark energy around Gort. Uh-oh, what happened, Gort? You try call Gort, but then boom. Too bright, and then Gyu was stone. Strange spell that was. We know familiar. Yes, Gru remember bright light. See Gyu, but no, Gort was there too. Yes, Gong too. Just see Gyu, then bang. Oh, it's not Gort, that's Grog. Grog remembers same. So who's Gort? But you, other giants at entrance. You not. On the bottom of cavern you were. Why? You do not know. Only Gort know. So Gort alive. Find him we must. But where find him? Gort say before spell learned at Savannah, but you not know what is. Savannah? Human, know the Savannah, do you? No, I don't. If the cat cradles and all that, do you know what I... What? I need time to figure it out. We try figure out. If you know, tell us. Sorry we argue. Thought you made giant stone. Of Gort we not think. Thought gone forever. Human, help us will you? Maybe not help Gort, but we try must. Sounds like too much work. Oh, of course I'll help. Good here. Good here that is. Our thanks we owe you. Reach the savannah. How to do that? We don't know. We don't need these to be end anymore. It's not enough. And make sure I've gotten Heart Palace. New. Yeah. First cotton spring. Okay. I want to expand the house. I believe it's 9 o'clock when they open. that, Kenny? Another tiger. I'm a little sad, friend. The trees are starting to lose their leaves and the animals are leaving. Well, at least I've still got the ranch animals for company. I want to give you a... Hold on. Blue oyster. How did you know I like this? Thanks. Look up, Adventures of V. A lot of birds are migrating south. Goodbye, sweet birds. I'll see you again in spring. We can hang out? Hang out. You know what we need? We need the hot spring. I don't want to spend money though. Let's feed the flamingos. I'll spend money with you, Kenny. Good thinking. Lord knows I could use a little downtime right now. Pretty. That was awesome. You're getting to know Kenny better. Okay, we came back. I want it to be 10 o'clock now. No, no. More celery. Are we gonna expand my house today? House upgrade. Oh, I do need 5 more. Okay. 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 Oh gosh. I think I have to go back in the mine. With everything else. One more. These are done. Let me go put these in here. I'm not going for real. Just put them in there. And that I actually want to sell. Oh. Bug. Banded woolly bear. Interesting. You know what? I can buy. I'm gonna buy for. Let's process these, and I'm gonna buy what I need for the house. Topaz and coal. Good. Thought I could buy bars from you. Yeah. Okay. Go to Sam and sell. Wait, 5 is not going to be enough. Oh, oh, oh. Go to the museum. Ugh. So annoying. Ugh. I'm not going to have it today. Oh, I didn't give the monarch. I must have given it to the offering then. I don't want to go to the beach and sell stuff. Not gonna give me the money though. Because I don't have the ore. It's not gonna be enough. Have enough explosives. Oh my gosh. Okay, if I don't come back, it'll be fine. Go down to the beach. Sell these. Another bug. There was something else. Okay, so now I have enough money. That's great. That's awesome. That's cool. I don't need any more money now. Go back home, drop stuff off. Ugh. Actually, let me sit here and eat this stuff. Do this. We can get this done. Does take me down any further? I don't think it does. Why did I do that? I don't know. 5 more levels. 30. Oh, heck no. Oh, I don't need to have that in my pocket. Two more. I think I need 4 more ore. Just enough. Oh, good stuff. Eating. Garbage away again. In the compost. Sorry, guys. Stuff off. So it does go pretty quick. The bar. Nine. Oh. No. Let's see. I got Oh shoot. I'm gonna take money then. No. I had food. That's cool. Yeah, so let's go home, drop this stuff off. Mm. Don't understand why they're cranky. Frankie, you are. I don't know why. You guys can go outside. Okay, see, they're okay. I don't get it. Time do they close? 5. About to be done. Gosh, something tells me this is not gonna. But you know what? It's okay. Because I'll know for a fact that I have it. While we're waiting instead of staring at it. I feel like I shouldn't use scrap. It would. Oh yeah, there is so much trash. This will be for my food. Because goodness. I think that's enough food. Put those. Mining. Yeah, we're not gonna have time. We can go underwater. Some of that. We're clearly not gonna get it today. Let me get all of my tools. Well, no, these can stay here because that makes sense in mining. Yeah, because even if it was done right now, I can't get over there in time. Alright, let's just go down. Try to clear some more underwater. Was ready to expand the house and get a cat. Another hedgehog. Oh, we got a... Cool. Now we can go ahead and clear. I think there's only 2 in the area. Over 3. Well. Even more of a reason for me to not care about clearing over there yet. Let's say this is excessive. Understand what Aang is saying. Queen Scallop. I need King Scallop for the is that it? It's good. What's up? To get this with Oh, we're gonna be late. We may as well find the next one. Did I heal the tree? The coral tree? Well, who are you? Okay. Food. Well, we're ready for tomorrow. I know the inventory's full. So hurry, we got an hour. Celery and shallot. So much celery. Let's see what we can do. That sounds disgusting. Alright, I only want to go to bed because I need upgrade my house. Solar panel. More stamina and health. Chieftain and Kenny. Wool. Okay, so 196 for... That's nice. Nice, that's nice. Okay, so for real, this is gonna be the last day. As long as they're open. They need to be open. I'm in need of an Arapaima. Me too. This fish likes colder weather and usually out after sunset. Can you please help me with a sunflower? I actually have a sunflower. Oliver and I are making his dad a sunflower crown for his birthday. The problem is we don't have any sunflowers. You need to deliver it to me before the 26th because that's when his birthday is. Okay, so first of all, that's very demanding, ma'am, but I believe I have a single sunflower. Luck. Crop. We'll make some more sauce. Okay, thank you for giving us eggs. Yeah, so that hay is really helping. So even when they're not eating, still changing the quality. Tina, turkey. All right. Solar panel battery converter. Place outdoor. Battery. Okay, where is Valentina? I think she's at the bottom. Yes. You are near the school. Dear mother. What is this? Oh. Combined. More chestnuts. Now I'm going home to drop off the extra stuff because I don't need those in my pocket. I was just excited that I could find Valentina right away. And the game said nope. What is dry fiber? Can I eat the fiber? If so, that's kind of cool. Our snails are still out. Eggs. More celery. Me. I got it. Olive wing butterfly. That's all candy. Now, I got some time. Feel. Oh, I didn't even see that. Now I can go to school. Come on, where is it? I'll be right there, little boy. Found the treats, Fun Bucket. I'm on my way. Entrance with V, I didn't know you were here. Sorry, shop's closed for the time being. What's going on? It's Fun Bucket, my pet duck. He's under the weather. I'm coming, little boy. Your duck doesn't give you eggs? Here we go, little boy. Duck is wearing a helmet. No ducks could get sick. I guess I never really thought about it. They sure can, and let me tell you, there's nothing worse than a duck with a cold. Last time we went through a whole case of tissues, and the honking? See, I usually get a nice healthy quack out of him, but all I've gotten today are these quecks. I think he has another cold. I hope this time won't be too bad. I've had him since he was just a boy, you know. Fun Bucket's getting up there in years, but he's a tough old bird. He'll pull through. Poor guy, he's been lying there in his favorite sunny spot all day. He just needs a little TLC, a little rest, and he'll be back on his flippers in no time, you'll see. Okay. Let's get to the school. Reality. Closer. Ooh. Closer to... I know I've got it this time. I know I do. Upgrade house. And we're gonna change the style. So once again, that tree just doesn't make sense in there for me. This is nice, but this is nice. The tree doesn't make sense. That's just, it doesn't make sense on the island. That's my favorite. And that's what we're gonna do. Awesome, thank you. I'll work on it first thing in the morning. It should be done in a couple days. Okay. I am perfectly fine with that. At first I was about to say no. Nina is smart and humble. I feel like I could talk to her all day, and I usually have a hard time chatting people. But with her, it just flows, you know? Surya, hold on, because I got something for you. Because I don't ever see you, because I don't ever go rework. Give you Candy Tracy. Oh! I'm trying to give this to him. No. No. Very kind. Thank you. I'm blabbering again. House smells wonderful lately because Aunt Dinda has been busy testing recipes for the cooking competition. I'll go with the rest of the family to watch the contest, but I don't think I'll enter this year. Thank you for coming here, Joko and Dinda. Of course, Mr. Randy. We want to hear how Archie has been doing. He's been a good boy, of course, right? Indeed, he has been. His dedication to homework and reading is remarkable. In fact, his reading skills already surpass the typical level for his age group. I noticed that too. He's been making regular visits to the library. Seems like his life revolves around school, home, and the library. There is one unique quirk, though. We're all aware of Archie's liking to rocks. I often find them stashed in the most unexpected corners of the classroom. Even in my shoes. As For academics, he's been experiencing some minor struggles with math, but it's nothing too alarming. A bit of additional help at home would do the trick. I must confess, I'm not a math whiz either. I know just enough to work as a carpenter. Don't worry, Joko. I'm sure Archie's math problems aren't too complex just yet. And even if they become a bit more challenging, we can always ask Surya for help. I can do that? Ask Uncle Surya for help? Of course you can. Of course, I'm sure he would be more than happy to help. But he always seems so busy. I don't want to be a bother. Why not ask him first? If he's occupied with his research, then we respect that. But I have a feeling he won't mind lending a hand. Okay, I'll ask him then. Excellent. That covers everything from my end. Looking forward to our meeting next term. Thank you for your dedication to our son, Mr. Randy. Archie can't stop talking about how wonderful of a teacher you are. Mr. Randy is the best. That's very kind of you to say. I'm just doing what I love. Okay. Valentina. Oh, reward is a heart. Okay. Oh, we can hang out with Ben and Aaliyah. Well, I want to hang out with people today. And Dinda. Or no, we can't. I can hang out with Ben and Aaliyah, not Dinda. Oh. Let me get something for Eleanor. We can hang out with Kenny again. Pablo and Raphael. I meant to hang out with Pablo and Scott. Oh, look at this. We have options. One of you was here. Planning to spend the weekend nights watching fall films with ghosts. Even better if they're ghosts from folktales. What are you gonna do? What do I want to try to give you? Jamu. For my birthday? It's your birthday. Oh, your birthday. I'm looking forward to Betty's homemade mooncakes. They're always the highlight of fall for me. And I can give you another freaking... Hold on. No. Okay. Reach. Part 5 with an NPC? Hold on. Oh, geez Louise. Okay, Raphael. I didn't know on their birthday you give them extra gifts. Give her. I cannot handle her. Deep breath in, deep breath out. He's from within. Okay, I'm good now. Do you need something? Oh, let's hang out. I see we can hang out. Well, let me actually open this first. And then I'll find my people to hang out with. Because actually I gotta hang out with this guy in here too. What? He's working? Dude, we don't see that. Get those fossils opened. me go to the museum and then I'll come find people to hang out. And I don't think... Leo, we need to hang out. Hey, Leo, you look happy. What's going on? Well, I was just... Can you keep a secret? Well, I love juicy secrets. I don't know how juicy it is, but... Well, I think I told you that I'm home on leave from the air military as a pilot. But my big dream is to become an astronaut. Every year, the air military selects a few pilots for astronaut training. It's very competitive. Cool. Usually you need to put in a few years flying jets before they'll even consider you, but I decided to try my luck, and before I came home, I submitted my application. What? That's so cool. I qualified for the next round. I have to take some tests and interview with the program leaders in Pokyo. It's not a sure thing by any means, but I'm closer than I've ever been. That's great. I'm excited for you. I'm just worried that I may not get it. Thanks for listening. I really wanted to tell someone my news, but I can't tell my family yet. I don't want anyone to get their hopes up just yet. I'll wait to tell them until I'm further along in the process. Who wants what? Do I have it? I don't have artichoke, even though... Grow artichoke in 8 days? Arrow. No, it grows in 8 days. Is there anything that is fall and winter? No. But to be honest, artichoke. And I want some taro. Can we make poet? Knowing where this fruit is grown helps me feel more connected to the island. It also supports local farmers, right? I mean, I didn't grow it. I think I just caught one of my brother's cats trying to sneak in here. Thank you for this. You too. This is delish. I'll never talk to her. It's Candy Trees. Thank you so much. Sam is a great boss. He may seem off-putting at first, but he's actually really kind. He's direct though, yeah. I made a fruit tart today. I used fresh blueberries, but you can literally use any fruit. Can I help you today? It's great, thanks. I don't see the need to have discounts. Now keep in mind I sell the best quality. We're gonna talk about you. Back? Oh no, I need to go to the museum. Okay. Here's a recipe for making a simple crunchy lunch sauteed Suki. That's nice, Suki. Noah, how are you doing? I was leafing through our family cookbook and this recipe for clam chowder just fell out. None of us uses this recipe off. Mom said I can give it to you. So none of that. Oh, I forgot all about that. Let me go ahead and do it now. Duck mayonnaise silver. It's all. Okay, now let's go find my friends. My people. My party people. Right at the top. Aaliyah is. Go down. She moves quick. Mama's been baking up a storm lately. I keep telling her, don't tempt me. I have to stay in shape. But then she waves a chocolate chip muffin under my nose and that's it. I'm gone. It's fun to play volleyball with. She's really good. Learning a lot of tricks and stuff from her. Hang friend. Ooh, the library. Oh yeah, I'm up for it. Let's go. Hanging out with you is always a blast. We've only hung out this first. You're getting to know Leah better. Where is Ben? Okay, I think we can hang out. Yeah, let's hang out. Go help Takiba. Yeah, that sounds nice. I guess it's time for me to head out, but today was a blast. Shall we plan to do this again soon? Getting to know Suki better. Yes. Then we just might. Actually, stargazing now would be fun. Beach cleanup last week was a win, wasn't it? A lot of people came out to help. Really hot, but worth it. We did good. Let me get you some pickled celery. It always me that when you look at the stars, seeing lights from thousands of years ago. Stars we see don't even exist that long ago to reach us. Walk into bedroom. I can walk into both of them. How did I miss you, Raphael? Where the are you? There you are. Go to the tavern. Hope to keep hang out at the rain. Right? I suppose a little outing could be nice. Any animals are out there though. I'm not usually one for much activity, but today was pleasantly fun. Thank you. Cool. This there and Ben might be out. Ben is out and about. Kenny too. Hang out with Kenny today? Might have hung out with Kenny. Pablo, I keep meaning to hang there. Well, we'll find Pablo and see if I can. I don't think we can out and about. And when I can't. No, till 8. Are you? The carpenter. I can't. Alright, well, I hung out with people. Bashing is now working again. Use the machine because it's different. Can I? Oh. No, it just turns it into hay. Okay. That's... These are the same. me help. Right, inside now you can have full energy. The house, at least the outside changed. Pretty. Go to bed. Mushroom log. More stamina and health. 2 hearts with Raphael, 1 with Emma Noasuki. Document. See what the heck? I'm not. Cultivating mushrooms. Oh wow. There was somewhere where it did say. My beautiful house. Oh. Averhuman, finally out you are. Grateful we giants are for freeing us. Now together we are, an ancient gift we bring. Architect desk, this is called. Sit, and to your farm we giants shall be summoned. To any spot, any hours as you wish. Bennett has very, very long since last with another human this we did, so rusty we may be. Work for free though we do not. Cost you some coins, stuff will. That please. Take this item and upon our power, call whenever you like. Thankful human we are. Crafting rest. All right. Well, I'm gonna leave it there. Go get something to eat. Back, might finally be able to cook. We've been needing that. Downstairs and do his cook. And ooh, let me actually see. Is there any? Yeah, Yeah, so I'll be watering these. Be taking all of hearing my sheep. One of them today. Collecting my eggs. My mayonnaise. I think I need to get another duck. Always leave when there's 2 large eggs. But thanks for hanging out. Yeah, thanks for hanging out and hope you have a good rest of your night.